Sige noget. Skal jeg sige noget? Jeg kan sige sidde her. Goddag. Good afternoon, and thank you all for joining this event. Thank you to those present here, and thank you to all of those who are joining us online. This year, the Nordic Economic Policy Review centers on the topic fiscal policy in uncertain times, a topic that is highly relevant in the macroeconomic environment we're facing today. Just 2 years ago, we saw inflation soaring after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, a crisis coming in the wake of COVID less than 5 years ago. The shocks to the economy seem larger and more present than any time since the financial crisis. And it is paramount for decision makers to understand the problem, the consequences, and the effects of fiscal policy in uncertain times. When the Nordic Ministers of Finance launched the Nordic Economic Policy Review 14 years ago, the ambition was to make the latest economic research available to a broader audience, particularly decision makers, and to contribute to knowledge exchange on economic policy in the Nordics. Today, the review is produced by the Nordic Council of Ministers and Nordregio. And this year, the theme is extremely relevant for decision makers in particular. With the political instability across the globe suddenly providing a rising tide on fiscal policy, a renewed interest in macroeconomics as a whole, and fiscal policy in particular. With this edition providing a rich perspective on fiscal stabilization in the Nordics, along with highlighting the different challenges in managing national economies, we're in for a treat on this topic with these insightful speakers. In the lineup today we have the Danish Minister of Finance, Nicolai Wammen, Head of Department, Nordic Council of Ministers, Dan Koivulaakso, Editor of this edition, Jouko Vilmunen, Professor at Turku University, 2 report authors, Torben Andersen from Aarhus University, and Markus Sigonius from the Swedish Fiscal Council. We end the day with a panel debate with Carl-Johan Dalgaard, Professor in Economics and Chairman of the Economic Councils, and Benny Engelbrecht, Member of Parliament for the Social Democratic Party in Denmark, and Lene Vestgaard Halle, Member of Parliament for the Conservative Party in Norway. But first, please welcome to the stage the Danish Minister of Finance, Mr. Nicolai Wammen.
Thank you, and welcome to the Danish Ministry of Finance. We have been looking forward to host you and hope that you will enjoy your stay here in Copenhagen and have some very fruitful discussions. The building here is more than 300 years old. It is actually the oldest office building in Denmark and one of the country's completely preserved Baroque buildings, built as the seat of the country's central administration. Back then, the whole Ministry of Finance could be in this room. That is not the case anymore, though we are one of the smaller ministries actually in terms of employees. But like this building, the Nordic ties also have a long history behind them. The Nordic countries have been closely connected for many centuries, and we have, of course, a lot in common. Over the years, our bond has become even closer, and the Nordic cooperation is a great strength. We are similar in many ways, but we don't do everything the same way. However, we can learn a lot from each other, and we can become wiser together when we share our knowledge and experience as we do today, for instance. The Nordic countries represent a special case in a global perspective. Almost like the bumblebee that is being told it cannot fly, but keep on doing it nonetheless. We have a universal welfare model with a large public sector, a strong social security net, and an equal access to public services. While this requires relatively high taxes, the Nordics have proven that this can indeed go hand in hand with high levels of employment and high productivity. We have an innovative and competitive businesses that thrive in the global markets and well-educated labor forces. And for such reasons, the Nordic countries are amongst the wealthiest and most cohesive societies in the world. Many politicians and citizens around the world point to the Nordic as an example of how societies ought to be organized. That is great. However, we can always do even better. Turning to the Danish economy, I am pleased to report to you that it is currently doing very well. The state of the Danish economy is strong. This is despite the very turbulent period we have been through the last few years, as was mentioned just a moment ago. We have seen an unprecedented global pandemic in the 2020 that required swift and timely action by governments. And 2 years ago, Russia invaded Ukraine with a heightened geopolitical tension to follow, and also with inflation rate of over 10% in Denmark, the highest inflation rate in more than 30 years. Despite this, inflation has now come down, and employment has grown to an all-time high with over 3 million people in employment in Denmark. Last year, we had a public surplus of just over 3% of GDP, and the public gross debt below 30%. Fiscal policy was tightened significantly to dampen inflation pressures in 22 and 23, on top of the continued operation of quite strong automatic stabilizers. And with inflationary pressures having come down, we are now in a position to lift the foot off the brake to some extent. And we believe the prospects for a soft landing without any major upturns in unemployment are quite good. The story of the solid and robust Danish economy, it does not stand alone. The Nordic countries have historically shared a commitment to economic growth, social welfare, and sustainable development. Our collaborative efforts have fostered innovation, resilience, and growth across the region. By pooling our knowledge and expertise, it is my hope that we not only are going to strengthen our individual economies, but also enhance our collective influence at the global level, spreading Nordic solutions in green technology, digital innovation, and social welfare. And as we look to the future, I feel quite confident that the close Nordic cooperation will continue. Not only will it last, it will also continue to evolve. And this setting is with that purpose in mind: to share knowledge, to share ideas, to get even better at what I think we are doing pretty well, but also with a clear sense that we are living in a world where we can only be sure of one thing, and that is that we cannot be sure of very much, except that there will probably be something ahead of us that we have not foreseen. We saw that with COVID, we saw that with war, we saw that with the highest inflation we have faced in many, many years. Despite this, we have been able to make decisions that have enabled us to be in a strong position with strong economies. That gives us a very good point to start from, and very strong and shared ideals and values to build on. I hope that you will have a great conference here today, and I hope you will also have the chance to experience what is turning out to be almost a Danish summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And now a word from the head of department at the Nordic Council of Ministers, Dan Koivu-Laakso.
Thank you to Minister Vammen for the welcome and for hosting our event today at these beautiful premises here at the Ministry of Finance. Kära nordiska vänner, on behalf of the Nordic Council of Ministers, I would also like to welcome you all here at this event. The Nordic Council of Ministers was established in 1971 to strengthen and expand the institutional foundations and for cooperation between the Nordic countries. Today, more than 50 years later, it serves as the official and primary body for cooperation between the Nordic governments. With Nordic ministers and senior officials meeting regularly in each of our 12 council formations. 5 years ago, in 2019, the Nordic prime ministers agreed on a joint vision that the Nordic region shall become the most sustainable and integrated region in the world by 2030. This indeed is a bold and ambitious vision. It requires political action and close Nordic cooperation on 3 strategically important points. To deliver on the green transition to meet our ambitious climate goals, to safeguard and strengthen the competitiveness of our region and our economies, not least with regard to speedy technological advancements, and to ensure socially coherent Nordic societies. Developments over the last years, not least the difficult geopolitical situation, have underscored the need to foster stronger and more resilient Nordic economies and societies. To strengthen the competitiveness of our economies and at the same time ensure our capabilities to withstand external shocks and pressures, being economic, political, or beyond. At the Nordic Council of Ministers, we are working strategically for the Nordic government to deliver on this vision by fostering close cooperation and learning between the Nordic countries. Earlier this week, our Nordic Ministers for Finance and Economic Affairs met in Stockholm to discuss economic policy challenges and priorities of mutual Nordic importance. At their meeting, the ministers adopted a joint 5-year cooperation program or roadmap for the first time ever for these ministers. Taking outset in our Prime Minister's vision, the cooperation agreement outlines the political priorities and defines specific ambitious goals for Nordic cooperation in the Finance Ministers' Council over the next 5 years. The agreement is focused on 2 overarching policy goals. First, to cooperate on ensuring the economic and fiscal policies in the Nordic countries enable and promote a green transition that is both cost-effective and socially just. And secondly, to cooperate on policies at national level and joint approaches at international level to strengthen the competitiveness, resilience, and integration of the Nordic economies, including by preventing and addressing hindrances to Nordic labor market mobility and economic integration. The cooperation agreement will be published in the fall together with all the other councils' cooperation programs. Economic and fiscal policies at the cooperation among Nordic countries on these issues is pivotal to achieve the Prime Minister's vision for 2030 and to create a greener, more competitive and socially coherent Nordic region. The Nordic Economic Policy Review is a recognized and valuable instrument of the Nordic Council of Ministers to support precisely this. To strengthen knowledge on key economic and financial policy issues facing the Nordic countries, and to provide academically founded policy recommendations to Nordic finance ministers and policymakers. I therefore look very much forward to the presentations and discussions today. Thank you, and I hope we have a good seminar here today.
Thank you, Dan. And now, getting down to it, to introduce this edition, we have the editor, Professor at Turku University, Jouko Vilmunen.
So,
Just practicing, nothing else. Right. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. So let me start by from the background. So I'm a general macroeconomist from Turku University. So policy or macroeconomic uncertainty has been a keen interest to me for a very long time. And in the academic circles, we've been interested in how to measure macroeconomic uncertainty overall and the effects of macroeconomic uncertainty. And that brings me back to these big global shocks. This century, we've experienced three big shocks. That's a financial market shock in 2008, and then the pandemic, and then the Ukraine. And my first question was that I had in mind was that, what if people start to think that all macroeconomic shocks, are these big shocks in the future too? How will that affect first of all, the policy transmission in the economy? Will it be the case that we only experience a shock from the same sort of technically the same distribution, but these are the extreme shocks? Or will there be a change in the transmission, the structural transmission of policy? And that brings me back to the deep question in this edition, which is fiscal stabilizers. The first thing that you need to, I think that you need to do research on is that has there been deep changes in the fiscal stabilizers in the economy? And these are the five contributions to the edition actually take up this question. So, as I said, are these big shocks important for policy transmission? So we need to look at and I asked the contributors to check out the automatic stabilizers in the economy, discretionary policy measures. And then again, one important thing is this longer-term concern, because if you look at this, how governments have done with these big shocks, it's basically sort of more or less conventional fiscal policies. But one of the countries, Finland, for example, has a very narrow or small fiscal pace to fight these big shocks. And probably you also know that Finland is currently, struggling with the public sector finances, productivity growth, and the overall growth in the economy. So one of the questions is, of course, once we think about conventional macro policies, is the growth or productivity program really a macroeconomic one, or is it a microeconomic one? So do we need to look at the supply side issues in the economy more closely? That's important. And of course, once we take a look at how fiscal transmission in the economy work, probably we also gain some understanding about these issues concerning the microeconomics of fiscal transmission. Okay. Is that the one? Right. So, is that the... yeah, right. Is this the... okay, this one. So, I'm going to go more deeply into three of these contributions, which is basically from Norway, Finland, and Iceland. And the contribution by Hans Holter and Anna Ferreira is more general in nature. It's not particularly targeted to Nordic countries, but it raises the important issues. What is the transmission of fiscal policy transmission once we think about the wealth and income distribution in the economy? And Nordic countries are the ones that have actually the wealth distribution is highly skewed, and so is income distribution. So what we have in the Nordic countries is that we have a large number of households, particularly probably are credit constraints. So those consumers have less of an elastic labor supply response to fiscal policies that change actually the future income. So those households actually that live near the credit constraint, they respond to fiscal policies that affect your current income, but not so much with when fiscal policies change the future income. And that brings me to the thing about Finland. The current government is actually trying to increase employment in the country, and also productivity in the country. So basically that government is looking into the future. But given these results in Holter and Ferreira, there's going to be a less or even tiny response from these households that are credit constraints to all these fiscal measures. So that contribution actually focuses on the labor supply across wealth distribution, which drives the fiscal multipliers. And so the grand conclusion in the paper is that fiscal stimulus programs that increase consumers' current income to have more of an impact in the Nordic regions, and programs that increase future income to have less of an impact. So having a large number of households that are credit constrained, you should introduce fiscal programs that affect the current income more. And that's the so that paper is basically an overview of what the literature, macroeconomic literature actually about the fiscal transmission of stabilizers, the interaction between fiscal stabilizers and wealth and income distribution. So the Finnish case by Jenni Kellakumpu, Leena Savolainen and Simo Pesola is very similar to what Markus has done for Sweden. And the underlying idea for this exercise is basically there's a potential trade-off between policy decisions to strengthen incentives to work and automatic stabilizers. So they estimate the size of automatic stabilizers over 93 and 2021. And the results do, indeed, the results do suggest that no significant changes in the size of the automatic stabilizers in the aftermath of policy decisions. This is something that surprised me a lot. Also, the Swedish case, once we start with, you think about these big shocks, and you have these results. Okay, the automatic stabilizers didn't change. They're still very stable, and so on. So that strikes me as surprising. And the overall budgetary semi-elasticity in Finland is close to 0.5. That tells you something about what's the response or sensitivity of the budget balance to the business cycle. And the business cycle is, of course, in the exercise is measured by the output gap. Finally, the exercise from Iceland, and that discusses the automatic stabilizer in the context of tax benefit system in Iceland. And the measurement issues here is they are related to the response of the tax benefit system to changes in the income, market income. And they use the measure that they use is called the income stabilizing coefficient. And basically tells you how the tax benefit system changes once you have a change in the market income. And interestingly is that the results suggest that the income stabilizing coefficient is about 40% for income shocks and about 70% for unemployment shock. And the difference between the two comes from the unemployment insurance system in Iceland. So they heavily respond to the cycle development in the Icelandic economy. So the income stabilizing coefficient is relatively stable also in Iceland across different types of income and unemployment changes. And internationally, the coefficient is relatively high, but similar level with the Denmark, Finland, and Sweden. So I hope you read these contributions. There's a lot of information in the papers, as well in the paper from Denmark and Sweden, of course. Interesting data, interesting results, and interesting reading, given a lot of food for thought when it comes to the fiscal transmission or fiscal stabilization in the Nordic countries. So that's it. I hope that you find the edition interesting and read it through. Thanks.
Thank you, Jukka. After this introduction, we're going further into detail. And to talk about fiscal stabilizers in Denmark and Sweden, I'm happy to introduce first to the stage Torben M. Andersen, professor in economics and former chairman of the economic councils. Torben?
Thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity to talk about fiscal stabilizers in Denmark. So there will be partly sort of a review of fiscal policy in Denmark, but also bring up some principal issues in terms of fiscal stabilization policy or fiscal policy more generally. So just as a background, Denmark and also other Nordic countries, there's been a shift from earlier very active view on fiscal policy, believe in fine-tuning, that you buy fiscal instruments, could fine-tune instruments, 60s, 70s, maybe into the early 80s, and then more recently, much more rule-based fiscal policy. Of course, still focusing on stabilization policy, but focusing much more on the medium run, long run aspects of fiscal policy as well, both to address long run, medium issues, but also to ensure that there's room in the budget to cope with variation in the short run, the business cycle fluctuations. And then, of course, Denmark is an outlier in terms of the monetary regime because we have our own unilateral peg to the euro. I guess if you looked in textbooks about 30 years ago, it would be, well, this is theoretical possibility, will never work in practice. There's an exception to that rule, namely that it has worked in Denmark pretty well. I think we will all say, Danes at least. And it's also, in some sense, tested in the sense that the interest rate spread between Denmark and euro area Germany has been, for all practical purposes, zero or very close to zero, even negative in some periods. So this is testing that there's credibility to the exchange rate peg. And ultimately, when you have an unilateral peg, fiscal policy is responsible for adjusting the economy to be consistent with the peg. And consistency with the peg would really be that we do not have an explicit inflation target, but we have an implicit inflation target, namely the inflation in the euro area, because we peg to the euro area. So if there's a problem there, it would really be fiscal policy which would be responsible for making the necessary adjustments, because we cannot do it with monetary policy. That has been more visible in the 90s than it has in the last 20, 25 years. Maybe to the extent that we have a little, it has slipped our mind that this is really at the end of the day responsibility of fiscal policy. But that's of course also reflecting that there's been this credibility, so there's not been, we're not being tested on this. Just two graphs to show that we're also an outlier in terms of fiscal performance, because we have the dotted line here is the average for EU 27, the red is Denmark, and of course there's a lot of variation in the budget. We have a very budget, a very high budget sensitivity because we have high automatic stabilizers and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of variation, but we can also see the average is much better than the EU. So that's of course reflection of the medium-term perspective in fiscal policy too. In normal times, be prudent and run balanced budgets such that you have the degrees of freedom in a recession to cope with it and allow the budget adjustments. And in terms of debt, we are well below the 60% GDP threshold or limit in the euro area. But let's look more on the fiscal framework. It's basically adopts the rules of the Growth and Stability Pact, but goes further. And important is the budget law, which was approved in 12 and applied from 14 and onwards. And they are sort of stipulating the rules and the numerical rules. There's a deficit limit, which was originally 0.5% of GDP and recently has been changed to -1, which is also consistent with the EU rules because we have debt below 60%. There's an automatic correction mechanism, which if there's significant deviations, and we have expenditure targets or ceilings, and they are separate ceilings for the 3 tiers of the public sector, the state, municipalities and regions for a 4-year period, and there are sanctions and so on attached to these expenditure ceilings. So rather well-defined fiscal rules apply. There's some additional aspects. One is what is known in Denmark as the tax freeze, which has been there for some years, but with different interpretations depending on who is in government. But the idea has basically been that taxes should not increase, and if they do increase, there should be offsetting reductions in all other taxes. So it was intended to be sort of a safeguard not to have an expansion in the public sector. You could argue it's an overdetermination because if you have a budget rule and you have an expenditure ceiling, you don't need a third one. There's an accounting identity there. But politically it has been important. Some excise taxes are exempted, and the CO2 tax, which we have now introduced and discussing, the revenue will be returned to the respective sectors and so on. So there's been some issues also because some taxes have been or are determined nominally. And then what do we mean by a tax freeze? And if you keep nominal taxes unchanged, of course, if there's increases in prices, the real value go down. And I say that because that has been important for the tax we have on real estate, which was frozen, and during up to the financial crisis, house prices were increasing, so the effective tax rate was going down, and that was actually destabilizing the housing market in a period where you would have liked the opposite to happen. In the framework, there's also an escape clause in exceptional circumstances, and as we all know and also heard today, there have been exceptional circumstances recently, COVID, and the events triggered by the war in Ukraine. So the escape rule was activated, but we are now back on track with this. And then we have an explicit watchdog, which is the Economic Council. The Economic Council has existed since '62. So I guess one could argue that they have been an implicit watchdog for many years, because fiscal policy obviously is important and has been the attention of the Economic Council, but now the Council has the very explicit role of being the watchdog. So the watchdog is sitting over there, that's Karl Johan. And which is, of course, very important for the credibility of the fiscal framework and the fiscal rules. And both the rules, but also in details in terms of how it's implemented and in terms of how the Ministry of Finance is working out the effects of policies and so on. So I think it illustrates that we are in a very different place today than we were 25 or 30 years ago, because there's much more focus on consistency and credibility and transparency in policy. That does not imply that people agree on policy, but that's important for the framework also to have more clarity on what's going on. Given their focus on medium-long run aspects and fiscal sustainability, of course, the long-run predictions are made, and we also have a tradition of making sort of, not exactly, but let's call it 10-year plans. So consecutively, we have a 10-year plan on what to do in the horizon, but where fiscal sustainability has been important for many years. And then you have the issue, how would you translate the projection or the requirement of fiscal sustainability to something which policymakers can sort of use in making the decisions. And that's done in Denmark in what we in Danish call the råderum, or can be called fiscal space, but that's slightly different than what people will usually call fiscal space, because that's the room in the budget to the budget limits and so on. So the idea is illustrated over here, that if you pointer works, yeah, I don't know, but you have some trajectory projected, and then you are here, and you have a planning period, and you say, okay, this is what we have planned, consistent with fiscal sustainability and our budget targets. And then if we have zero real growth, what is the difference between this and up here? And that's what policymakers can then decide. That's really saying they could decide on something different than what is implied by the assumptions in the long-term projection determined or you use to check fiscal sustainability. Say, given expenditure parts and so on. Policymakers can, and of course that's political degrees of freedom that they can decide on something different. But if they are within the fiscal space or the råderum, it's still consistent with the requirement of fiscal sustainability. So that's the way this is translated into practical policy in daily process. Okay, we can then ask what are the experiences with fiscal policy and in particular discretionary policy in Denmark. As I said, there's a long tradition of doing this. Therefore, there's also a long tradition of computing what we call the fiscal effect, which is basically that you have the multipliers of different fiscal instruments, and then you have how much have these instruments been changed, and then the sum of the multiplier and the change, and you aggregate, and that would then be the one-year effect on GDP, or it could also be a multi-year effect, which is computed. So, as I said, this has been a long tradition. That's, of course, reflecting that fiscal policy and discretionary policy has been very important, and we try to have as good as possible a measure of the effects of this. And that has been attached to the macro models, Adam and Smith, but more recently there's a new model which has the innovative name macro model, which allow you to compute these fiscal effects, and the macro model is more explicit in the dynamic structure, so it's more consistency between the short-term evaluation and the medium-term evaluation. So there's a huge machinery around this, and then a simple figure here just to look at the fiscal effect. That's the one-year effect, and then the actual GDP growth rate, and just to look at it. And ideally, you would have this to move counter-cyclically. When you have a positive gap, you'd like to have a tightening, and vice versa. If you look at just the correlation here, it's minus 0.5. It happens, which is saying, yes, it has been counterfactual, but still, maybe you could ask for more. And there has also been an episode where discretionary fiscal policy has definitely not been countercyclical. We had expansionary fiscal policy up to the financial crisis, which was bad timing. And then after the crisis, it was an expectation that the crisis was short-lived, and therefore there was some tightening, but it was more persistent. So the tightening came at least too early, or was not timed very well to the business cycle. But one can also discuss whether it's becoming more tricky or difficult to pursue discretionary policies. Of course, there are the traditional arguments in terms of information and decision and implementation effect lags and so on. They are still there. But increasingly, if you think of what could be the instrument on the expenditure side, public consumption, well, maybe you can change some, but most of them are tightly related to what we call welfare services, what the welfare state is providing in terms of education, health, and so on. For other reasons, we do not like them to go up and down. So there's an issue. Transfers, well, of course, you could change the transfers, but also there are strong arguments that you want to stabilize the transfers, so you give a security to those who receive the transfers and do not change them up and down. And then we have investments, and clearly investments are possible, but the long lags in planning them and environmental checks and so on. But of course, if you have something you can activate, then they can be ideal. But then, of course, you have an instrument which is directed to a particular sector. And is that what you want? And increasingly, we know that labor is more and more specialized. And if labor is homogeneous, then of course, if there's recession, there could be all sorts of problems in doing it, but you really like to allocate or reallocate labor across uses or sectors. But if labor is very specialized, that is definitely not feasible in the short run. And therefore the sectoral composition or the skill composition of the recession or the business cycle becomes very important. And just the two examples, two periods here where the aggregate change in employment happen to be almost the same. And you can see the sectoral implications are very different. So targeting discretionary policy to where they can make the biggest difference is getting more difficult. So yes, in severe crisis, there's clearly a case for discretionary policy, but in sort of, let's call it milder business cycle situation, it's more tricky. In Denmark, we have had the opportunity, luck, perhaps some would say, that we have had two important examples of unconventional fiscal or aggregate demand management policy. Namely, we had a mandatory savings which was introduced in '98. That was actually to reduce demand because there was a concern about overheating economy. Actually, a concern related to support the exchange rate peg. And then, they were frozen in a pension arrangement. And when the financial crisis hit, it was decided to unfreeze these pension funds or contributions. And that was, of course, convenient. It boosted aggregate demand, and later empirical analysis has also shown, because many households were credit constrained, that there was a clear effect here. And it was something would actually give more revenue into the public budget because these money were taxable income when they were paid out. So having an unconventional instrument where you can increase private consumption or aggregate demand at the same time as you improve your budget, that is sort of daydreaming. But we had it, and we had it again during COVID, because we had our vacation pay scheme, which was reformed and basically was a lag between your income and your vacation pay, and this lag was reduced, and there was an overlap of basically double pay, and one part of this was then frozen and also intended to be frozen as a pension contribution, but then we sort of repeated the same exercise during COVID and could release this money to support private consumption and improve the budget. So came in handy to have these, and then you can ask, could we do that again? That would of course require that we put some money aside to have them available, which is raising a more difficult question. If you think of it in terms of pensions, then you say, well, you're probably not an advocate that we should design our pension scheme based on the business cycle. So it is tricky. So I'm not sure we can do that again. I don't see a good candidate to do this. Of course, with the vacation pay was another reform which gave this opportunity. Okay, then the automatic stabilizers, we all know that they're called automatic, they're called stabilizers because they work automatic. We don't need to collect information, make decisions and so on. And it's also proven empirically that they deserve the name, they are stabilizing. Of course, they require fiscal space, so you need space in the budget, because if you're in a recession, they will produce a deficit and so on. And they basically work by stabilizing disposable income, and hence private consumption. There are also consequences on inequality and other things. But it's also important that we have the automatic stabilizers, and we know that there's a very clear positive correlation between the size of the automatic stabilizers and the extent of the welfare state. We have the automatic stabilizers not because we have made an explicit macro decision that we want automatic stabilizers of size X. The automatic stabilizers are the net outcome of the way we have designed our tax system and our social safety net, basically. So since we have high taxes and since we have a generous social safety net and most people without employment would be entitled to some kind of transfer, then automatic stabilizers get large. And that's important because there's been many calls after the financial crisis and again during COVID that, automatic stabilizers, they are good, we should have stronger automatic stabilizers. Which makes sense, but then how do you make them stronger? Because it's ultimately related to the way you design your tax system and your social safety net. And there are various ways of approaching the size of the automatic stabilizers. One can do it empirically and estimate the budget sensitivity, that is the sensitivity of the budget to the business cycle, which is of course handy because we have the data and so on. It has two problems. One problem is that the estimate you get is very shock dependent. So if you had particular shock, you will get one result with the same underlying structure, and other shocks you'll get another result. And the other thing is that not all budget variations are, at least in the short run, very important for aggregate demand, like changes in the revenue from corporate taxation or similar taxes, which are also in the budget sensitivity. So you can also approach it sort of more, let's call it analytically, saying what is really the source of the automatic stabilizer. And there are two. If we talk about variations in employment on the extensive margin, it's really the participation tax. Because the participation tax, they measure, basically for an individual, but here's an average measure, it measures what is the consequence on your disposable income if you move from being in employment to being unemployed or without a job. So this is this effect from the tax system and the effect from the social safety net. So that's really what stabilizes or ensure your disposable income. And you can also, that would be variation on the extensive margin. If you have variation on the intensive margin over the business cycle, it would be the marginal tax rate on income, which is relevant. And if you look at these taxes to see, where have we moved, then not dramatic, but there is a declining trend, which is suggesting that the automatic stabilizers are becoming smaller. But it's also pointing to a trade-off, because when we discuss this in terms of the macro consequences, we have, as I said, these calls for stronger automatic stabilizers. But when we discuss structural issues, we would say, be careful if you have a too high participation tax, then you have a problem with the incentives, labor supply, and so on and so forth. So it's really pointing to a trade-off between insurance and incentives. And of course, we can discuss where we are on this trade-off. But when people call for stronger automatic stabilizers, it's not always clear that they think about what are the policy changes we have to make to get stronger automatic stabilizers. And then finally, fiscal sustainability. We all know the demographic changes, they are roughly the same in the Nordic countries. You can adapt in different dimensions, the pension level or the contribution or the retirement period. And that's what we have done in Denmark. So we have been increasing the pension age and the early retirement age, and we are indexing it to the development longevity. the details are here. One thing, there are many things, are basically, of course, there is this indexation. If longevity increases by 1 year, eventually the pension age each increases by 1 year, but there's a speed limit. So you can never increase the pension age by more than 1 year every 5th year. And since longevity has been developing positively in the right direction, then the speed limit is implying that it takes time until we reach the target, which is that the average period from the pension period from reaching the pension age is 14.5 years. And you can see that over here the expected pension period it has been close to 20%, and then we are reducing it, and then it takes quite a while before we are back, or not back, yeah, basically back to 14.5 years, because that's where we were some years ago, and which was also important for setting this target. And I emphasize this because that's also what you see in the budget profile here. You have the green line is the total balance and the blue is the primary balance. You can see we have deficits in some periods and then we'll have surpluses. And this profile is, there are other reasons as well, but the main reason is this thing with the pension age. It takes time for it to catch up to changes in longevity. But when you ask about fiscal sustainability, is of course the present value of this profile, which is important. And the surpluses in the future are sufficient, slightly more sufficient to cover the deficits in the first year. And you can also see our debt level, not debt level, but our net wealth, because the Danish government has a net wealth. The other was the gross debt level, but the net position is positive. It goes down somewhat. It's on the right-hand axis, and then it starts increasing again. But of course, it raises issues because, yes, we satisfy the criterion for fiscal sustainability, but we have a couple of decades with deficits. So how can we handle this, and what happens if there's a severe, persistent crisis along this path, and so on. But of course, it's a very important starting point that we satisfy the fiscal sustainability criteria. So to conclude, we have developed a fiscal framework. I will argue it's proved valuable because it created both a focus on the long term and preparation for demographic changes, but also ensured that there has been the fiscal space to handle recessions. The automatic stabilizers remain very important, so they are very, very important. The most important part of fiscal policy, although discretionary policy, of course, also is important in special circumstances. Some indication they become slightly weaker, but of course, compared to other countries, they are still pretty strong. And we have the focus on fiscal sustainability, ensuring that short-run policy decisions are consistent with long-run requirements. One can ask you whether there's a risk of overdoing it, fine-tuning in terms of fiscal sustainability, because after all, there's a lot of assumptions going into projecting public revenue and expenditures into the future and compute the budget profile and so on. But still, we are among the few EU countries which actually satisfy the sustainability criterion, and on top of that also can deliver pensions which have a high replacement rate. Yeah, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Torben. And now, Markus Sigonius, you will take over. And you are the senior economist with the Swedish Fiscal Policy Council, and you will take us through the Swedish case. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. It's a pleasure. And I will talk about the development of automatic stabilizers in Sweden. I should also comment that this is my views and not necessarily the views of the Fiscal Council. And the drawback of being talking after Torben is that he has said so many good points that I plan to say, but it will speed things up perhaps, I don't know. So to summarize, I have looked at how the size of the stabilizers have developed throughout the last 25 years. And there's been a slight decrease in Sweden, and they are currently slightly less than 0.5. And this means that in a downturn, the public sector carries roughly half the risk, and the remaining risk is carried by the private sector. There's been a lot of policies to make work pay in Sweden, and this is the reason for the decline in the automatic stabilizers. But considering the scope of these reforms, the decline is fairly small. I also assess whether the stabilizers were affected by the COVID-19 pandemic and conclude that they weren't. And if they had been allowed to operate freely, they would have transferred roughly 100 billion Swedish kronor to the private sector. And the soaring inflation in 2022 and 2023 is assessed to not affect the size of the stabilizers. Just as Torben mentioned, the size depends on other systems, on the tax system, on the transfer systems. And this points out to a conflict between having high stabilizers, which generally mean high taxes and a generous unemployment insurance, and high incentives to work, which means lower taxes and a less generous unemployment insurance. And in this paper, I use the budget elasticity as a measure of how the automatic stabilizers has changed over this time period, to see how these reforms that have been carried out in Sweden has affected the stabilizers. And the reforms has been quite substantial. If you look at the tax on the labor income as share of GDP, it's almost been halved, from 17% in 1998 to 10% in 2022. And unemployment-related transfers as share of GDP has decreased with more than half during this time period, from a little bit more than 2% to less than 1%, despite a temporary increase during the COVID-19 pandemic. I estimate the size using a bottom-up approach, where I looked at 4 different tax categories and 1 expenditure. And then I estimate the elasticity for these different taxes and expenditures, how they respond to the output gap. And then I weight them together with the respective tax as share of GDP. And looking at the payroll taxes, corporate income taxes, and indirect taxes, their contribution to the automatic stabilizers are virtually unchanged throughout this time period. And they make up a substantial part in 1998 and an even larger part in 2022. And the fact that they are unaffected by these reforms is the main reason why Sweden could have carried out these reforms to make work pay without impaired automatic stabilizers too much. The contribution from unemployment-related transfers had decreased substantially, and that's due to a lower contribution rate in unemployment insurance. The unemployment insurance is capped, and this cap has not increased with the wage level, so the contribution rate has decreased. Furthermore, there's fewer workers eligible for the unemployment insurance these days compared to in 1998. So when there's a recession, fewer people will receive unemployment insurance. There's the remaining The remaining change is in the direct tax on labor, and I will talk a little bit more about the reason for this on the next slide. There's been lower taxes for two reasons. There's been an earned income tax credit that was first introduced in 2007 and then has been expanded in several steps, which means that workers pay less taxes on their wage compared to the taxes paid on the unemployment insurance. And this has especially been targeted towards low-income households. And there's also been a tax reduction for the workers' contribution to the state pension. And these reforms lower the average tax rate more than they lower the marginal tax rate. So this has made the Swedish tax system become more progressive, and it has also increased the elasticity of the taxes. This means that when there's a boom, for example, the taxes increase much more than the change in the tax base would do. And this increased elasticity partly offsets the effects from a lower lower GDP share from these taxes. On the previous slide, we could see that the contribution to the automatic stabilizers were 0.18 in 1998 and 0.13 in 2022. And without this higher elasticity, it would have decreased to 0.10 instead. So it shows that the way these reforms are carried out partly offsets the effects of a lower tax as a share of GDP, but the main reason why Sweden could have fairly stable stabilizers throughout this period is that a large share of the stabilizers were not affected by these reforms. Sweden was, of course, affected by the COVID-19 pandemic as the rest of the Nordic countries. We conclude in the paper that the stabilizers were unaffected by the pandemic and remain the same now as before the pandemic. And if they were allowed to operate freely, they would have transferred roughly 100 billion Swedish kronor to households and companies. But just as in the other Nordic countries, there were a lot of discretionary support. In Sweden, it amounted to over 300 billion Swedish krona, and it was designed to protect people and to retain labor market matches. And since labor market matches were retained, these policies broke the link between the output gap and the usual effect of the automatic stabilizers. Or put it differently, these policies prevented the automated stabilizer from operating. The soaring inflation in 2022 and 2023 affects the Swedish tax systems and transfer systems with a lag, and is therefore not captured in my estimates. However, I have done some qualitative assessments, and there are two effects from inflation on the size of the automatic stabilizers. There's a change in the composition of GDP, which tend to increase the stabilizers a little bit, but at the same time, the unemployment insurance transfers decreases as a share of GDP, which holds back the effect, and I judge these effects to be fairly equal and therefore cancel out. So the Swedish automatic stabilizers is still roughly 0.5 or slightly less than 0.5. However, the inflation has had a detrimental effect on the Swedish local authorities. Their income is not affected by the inflation, so it's about the same as before, but their expenditure has increased. And it used to be the case in Sweden that the local authorities were forced to run a budget balance each year. And if that had still been the case, this inflation shock, which caused a slight downturn in Sweden, would have to be met with increase in taxes by the local authorities or decrease in their expenditures, which would have counteract the automatic stabilizers. However, a new system was put in place a couple of years ago, which allows them to even out the budget balance throughout the business cycle. And this new system partly offsets the decline that we have seen in the estimates of the automatic stabilizers. I have a couple of final remarks. Just as the finance minister pointed out earlier, it's hard to know what the future will bring, but we know that it will bring new shocks. And for policymakers to be able to counteract these shocks, it's important to know the size of the stabilizers so they can decide how much discretionary support is needed, if any. The conventional wisdom has said that discretionary policy is hard to implement to stabilize the economy, and it's therefore better to have high automatic stabilizers. However, the COVID-19 pandemic showed that discretionary fiscal policy can be both timely, targeted, and temporary. So the need for large automatic stabilizers might be exaggerated. And as Torben finished his presentation with, the fiscal framework matters for the size of the automatic stabilizers. How it's constructed governs how well they can be operated. Can the local authorities even out their budget balance? Are the public finances in general sustainable and credible so that the central government doesn't need to raise taxes or decrease expenditures in a downturn? Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. The coffee break is not on yet. But Torben, will you join us, please? So I will ask the first question, and you can think about your questions while I do that, and then we have a discussion with Marcus and Torben. So what surprised you the most in working on the report, if anything at all?
I would have thought that the Swedish stabilizers would have decreased even more during this time period. But it's so easy to think about them as just the labor income and the unemployment transfers, but there's also all the other taxes matters for the size of the stabilizers.
I don't know if having been brainwashed to work with this in many years, maybe no sort of big surprises, but I think the development both in terms of how we think about this, but also the development in terms of the type of shocks. I mean, usually in textbooks we have a very stylized version of shocks, which are either sort of simple demand or supply shock, but reality is not like that. It's very complex shocks where many things happening at the same time. The COVID-19 is, of course, an example, but one could argue that's an extreme example. But even what we have seen later with the war in Ukraine and supply chains being interrupted and high inflation, which was combined with many other things, is a reminder that I think was also what you alluded to in terms of saying that maybe sometimes the automatic stabilizers are exaggerated because the complexity of the shock can require different interventions.
You both mentioned that the effect of the stabilizers decreased slightly. So is that a cause for worry? Will it continue decreasing, or should we, is there anything we should?
I think that in Sweden there's been, there was a concern 25 years ago that the incentives to work were too low. They did a lot of reforms and they are much higher now, and I don't think that low incentives are is an important problem in Sweden anymore. There's other problems with the labor market. So I don't see any reason to continue with lowering taxes and having lower stabilizers.
I don't consider the decline to be sort of bringing us to a different regime or situation. It's a small decline, but still we have very strong automatic stabilizers. But related to what I just said about shocks, there could be different things coming from climate risk, where one can phrase in terms of insurance gaps that if households or companies are not properly protected to flooding or whatever, then of course it would have important economic implications, but also implications for fiscal policy, both directly on the budget and so on, but also for calls for government to step in. And if we have smaller insurance gaps, that would actually work as, we could call it, a kind of automatic stabilizer, not to the standard thing of disposable income going up and down, but to other types of shocks. So I think that's one of, now the title of this was also Fiscal Policy in Uncertain Times, that this is worth considering.
Any questions from the audience? Anyone having? Yes, there's one in the back also, yes?
So one for Markus. What happened? You said that the inflation is detrimental for the local government. That cannot be the general conclusion. It's about COVID, right? Because, of course, once you have inflation, also the revenue side of the governments tend to increase. But what happened actually to local governments during the COVID?
Right, so in Sweden, the local government mainly get their income from transfer from the central government and from workers' wages. And neither of them are automatically changed due to inflation. Whereas the central government gets income from taxes on VAT, which automatically increases. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Jesper Jespersen from Roskilde University. Thank you for both of the contributors. Interesting. And the focus is on automatic stabilizers or the multiplier effect of the Nordic countries. I know not much about Sweden, so I leave that aside. But Denmark, well, we have heard that the multiplier or automatic stabilizer probably has become smaller during this period. That was your conclusion, due to lower tax rate and lower social benefits. And that's, well, one obvious conclusion. But when we look at the economy and the multiplier, we should also take into consideration the marginal import effect. And on top of that, we should also look at the private saving rates, which will together make the dynamics. And then you could add the discretionary policy of a balanced budget, but leave that aside. And therefore, Torben, well, I was wondering if you add, well, changes in the saving rates, especially the forced saving rate during this period, which has been rather significant, and you add the changes in marginal rate of import, what might the conclusion then be? That's my question to you.
Well, in the short run, I think the main transmission channel is from changes in disposable income to consumption, and then consumption could split out on domestic consumption of foreign goods. And there the issue of whether households are liquidity constrained is important. So if households are liquidity constrained, then of course you will have, other things being equal, a much stronger effect. If their disposable income goes down, they would have to adjust their consumption. That's simply the way it must be if they are constrained. So I think that's most important in the short run. Whether due to mandatory pension savings, a higher fraction of households are liquidity constrained is an open question. I don't think I have not seen empirical evidence showing this, but on the other hand, it's not saying that it could not be the case. But I think it's also, it's a bit tricky because liquidity constraints are endogenous. And yes, if you contribute more, you have less money today, but then the creditors would know you have a better ability to pay in the future. So at least some theoretical work I know says that the effect is ambiguous because you have these two counteracting effects. But the empirical evidence on it, I have not seen anybody work out.
So in these unstable times, if we're looking at a future that continues to be unstable, is it possible to keep the Nordic welfare model with fiscal stability from high public expenditure, or does public policy need to change its focus more towards supply side economics?
Would you like to start?
I think it's interesting that the two front runners, and now we happen to be a Swede and a Dane here, so it's maybe not 100% impartial, but the two front runners in terms of having free fiscal rules and also adhere to them, not only have them on paper, but and Sweden was a bit early out in Denmark, and pursuing what may be called prudent fiscal policy, ensuring degrees of freedom to cope with the crisis, and also have a concern of fiscal sustainability, because Denmark and Sweden are also among the few countries which can say, well, there's some variation, but basically say check to the fiscal sustainability check. So that, if anything, shows that the Nordic countries, Nordic policymakers, if you want, have acted basically better. Maybe because we give, and maybe there's a common explanation here in terms of our system. We are better at making collective decisions. That's why we have the welfare state that we have. It's also why we better can make these decisions. That's an hypothesis, but I think it's at least an empirical fact that we, in comparative perspective, stand pretty good, and we also have these repeated discussions. How can we copy Denmark or Sweden? So, yeah.
Do you have a comment from that, Marcus?
I have nothing further to add.
So based on that, in the current situation, now we have the politicians in the panel later. So is based on what you have found out writing the report, is there one policy advice they should have before they enter the stage later? Feel free.
Yeah. I think it's more important to think about how the tax system and the transfer systems should be constructed, and then you can see what the stabilizers turn out to be, than to start on in the other way and start with what size of the stabilizers you want to have, and then what tax systems that you need.
Well, it's a big question because there's many other things you could add to the list which we are not discussing today, which policymakers have to deal with the climate, the environmental issues. Even if we meet fiscal sustainability criteria, there's a lot of discussion about old age care and how to be sure that you have the staff you need to carry out these activities and so on. So there are really many things on the list of policymakers. I think the lesson which is coming back to also what was said earlier, namely, is that This medium-term focus, which is sometimes criticized for sort of being too restrictive, Sweden and Denmark are cases that, well, it's basically is a protection against zigzagging in your economic policy and gives a better way of having a more stable development. So stick to the medium-term frameworks.
So looking at a more uncertain economic environment and geopolitical environment, can we expect the automatic stabilizers to be as efficient in the future?
It's a good question. We talked about the marginal propensity to consume earlier, how budget constrained some households are. In Sweden, it's very hard to know how much savings households have these days because we don't have data for it anymore. And it might be the case that they are less efficient now than a century ago because there's more households who don't have the liquidity to smooth their consumption. They might be more efficient these days because there's fewer households who have liquidity.
If I may add, there's also other ways of strengthening, if not automatic stabilizers, what is sometimes called the semi-automatic stabilizers, which could be work-sharing arrangements, which we also saw during COVID-19. But it could also be business cycle-dependent elements in the unemployment insurance scheme. That is seen in other countries, most clearly in Canada, which have a rather detailed system of how benefit levels and duration and so on depends on the business cycle. And the argument being that if we are in a recession, then the insurance element is more important, whereas if we are in an upturn, the incentive aspect is more important, and that's why there's an argument for having more generosity in a recession and vice versa in an upturn. So there are ways of working on this without only looking at taxes and benefit levels.
Any questions from the audience? Yes, Joko? Microphone coming up.
That's for Torben. So you talk about this fine-tuning over the long term, but you have been living with the fixed exchange rate system for a long time, and as I understand, the public has a great understanding of that fiscal policy is at the heart of the responsibility for maintaining the peg. So how severe is the risk of fine-tuning the long term in Denmark?
Okay, what I meant by fine-tuning the long term is that we have this sustainability indicator which is measuring the need for permanent change in the budget, such that the intertemporal budget constraint is satisfied. That's basically what it is. And a lot of assumptions going into that. We have been at the point where we're discussing decimals in this number, which is perhaps taking a bit too... It should definitely be taken serious, but given the measurement area, we should more think of it as an indicator, and whether it's the decimal is 0.1 or 0.4, we cannot really say a difference. The confidence interval, if you like to put it there. I think in terms of the exchange rate policy, this has really, really broad support in Denmark and among policymakers, but of course also it has worked. So people are saying, why are you asking this question? It has worked so well. Whether this thing I mentioned, that ultimately fiscal policy is responsible for protecting the credibility of the exchange rate peg, is at the top of the mind of policymakers. I'm more skeptical. I think there's some memory decay there because it's such a long time since we had a crisis. So what a crisis, an exchange rate crisis. So what that would entail and require something, we have to repeat the lessons from the 80s and 90s.
Any other questions? Yes, there's a question over here. Microphone coming up. Yep.
Hi, I'm Mark Strøm Christoffersen from the Danish Ministry of Economic Affairs. I was wondering if you have any thoughts on the interaction between fiscal policy and monetary policy. So the two shocks we talked a lot about today, so the COVID and then Russia's invasion of Ukraine, saw very different reactions regarding monetary policy. Tom, you talked a bit about it with the Danish fixed exchange rate policy, but more broadly, how does the requirements for automatic fiscal stabilizers depend on monetary policy reactions? Is that anything you thought about? And perhaps to add, what about macroprudential policy that has been implemented after the financial crisis? Has that changed the role for automatic stabilizers? Thank you.
You can start. You have an independent monetary policy, so.
Right. And that has been, the Swedish central bank has been fairly constrained because the interest rate has been so close to the efficient lower bound. They did some unconventional monetary policy both before the pandemic and during the pandemic. It has been fairly costly for them now when the inflation increased so rapidly. There's a large discussion in Sweden about how the stabilization mix should look into the future. And we have the long-term survey that was released just before Christmas looked into that question. I would say it's still up for debate in Sweden. Where it will turn out in the end, it's fairly hard to know.
From a sort of Danish perspective, I think it's an important point because I put it a bit black and white, but we tend to discuss this and focus on fiscal policy, and we think of sort of national Danish shocks to the Danish economy, and how are we coping with these shocks and so on, which is fine. And then we say, well, we cannot pursue our own monetary policy, so fiscal policy has all the burden, which is correct, but only to a certain extent, because there could be some shocks which are, if not global, at least European. And the inflation crisis or shock is a case in point, right? That was a common shock, and we had an ECB reaction to it, and therefore the Danish government, Danish central bank, followed and changed the monetary policy. And that, of course, had an implication for the proper fiscal policy response. So clearly there is, even if we have the exchange rate peg, there is an issue of coordination or interaction between monetary and fiscal policy.
Okay, thank you very much, Torben and Marcus, and thank you for the questions. And there's now a 15-minute coffee break. We'll see you back in here at 3:45. So see you back then. Thank you.
Ja, det kan jeg godt.
It's 3:45, and we'll continue with the debate. In the panel, we have Lene Vestgaard Halle, who's a member of parliament for the Conservative Party in Norway. She's a spokesperson on trade, energy, agriculture, space, competition, and price policy. Welcome, Lene.
Thank you.
We have Carl-Johan Dalgaard. He's a professor in economics and chairman of the Economic Councils. And we have Benny Engelbrecht. He's a member of parliament for the Social Democratic Party. He's a spokesperson for finance. He's a former minister of taxation, and he belongs to the Social Democratic Party. So, welcome. Carl-Johan, do we need to prepare for a more turbulent macroeconomic environment? Will it continue like this?
Are we in for turbulent times? Well, if you look at our most recent projection or forecast for the Danish economy, actually even the one preceding it, it seems as if the Danish economy is heading towards an extremely soft landing. And that means in the short run, if you look into 2025, the expectation is that of economic growth and in fact a rather tight labor market. That's the forecast right now. Now, of course, if you look further ahead of us, things might, it is not unlikely that we will find ourselves in tempestuous waters. We can imagine scenarios that involve perhaps deglobalization for reasons that probably are obvious. We could also imagine scenarios that are associated with adverse consequences of artificial intelligence and automation. So for a variety of reasons, you can imagine these are sort of the known unknowns. And as the Minister of Finance pointed out, there is, of course, also the unknown unknowns. And at the end of the day, frankly, there is also a chance that things will work out fine.
And what does the unknown unknowns implicate for the fiscal policy that needs to be in place?
No, it's true that if you want to ensure that you have some type of a buffer where you're able to adjust to major shocks, that of course calls for some consideration about fiscal discipline. But this is down to sort of your willingness to pay for insurance, which in part is a political question. But I think, as Torben nicely pointed out, the fiscal framework in Denmark has succeeded in creating such a situation such that when COVID-19 hit, there was ample space, fiscal space, to intervene. And I think that has served us well. But at the end of the day, do you want the public sector to insure for you, or do you want to emphasize self-insurance? This is in part a political priority, matter of political priority.
So if uncertainty is increasing, you said we have done enough to face COVID, for instance. So if uncertainty is increasing, is what we have done in the past enough to face the future, so to speak?
Well, I don't know whether uncertainty is increasing, and I also don't know whether, in fact, now in the previous session we discussed a bit automatic stabilizers and how they seem to have evolved over the last few decades. There is this normative question about what is the ideal automatic stabilizers and whether that choice is invariant to stage of development, to level of income. I don't think that's obvious what the answer is. It's probably not completely independent of other circumstances that an economy finds itself in. So for instance, over the last year or two, we've seen massive increases in, much to the surprise, I think, of the profession, increases in employment in Denmark. And much of this employment has been employment which has come from abroad, in a manner of speaking, either people who are living here, but also people who are coming from abroad. Now, this is not exactly an automatic stabilizer in the conventional notion of the word, but it acts in the same way because it potentially dampens the tightness of the labor market. And of course, that's if that's true, if somehow there is a greater flexibility in the labor force in this area, that might also feed into this discussion of what are the appropriate choices in terms of insurance. So, I mean, I think there's a host of questions that are very difficult to pinpoint exactly from a purely scientific or economic perspective. So there's also a wide avenue for politicians to move in making priorities in terms of what sort of priorities they prefer for the sort of society that they're put in charge of.
So let's ask them. Benny Engelbrecht, the Danish government wants to increase the expansive fiscal policy with more than 4 billion DKK in 2025. Why do you think this is the right timing if we're facing unstable or uncertain times?
Well, the only predictability you have is the unpredictability, isn't it? The point being that we can make all sorts of projections, but the only thing that we can know for certain is that eventually, at some point, something will happen that we did not see coming. After a bit more than 16 years in politics, it seems that's the only thing you can be absolutely certain of, and then you have to adjust to the measures at that time. With everything we know now, it's possible to do that. It's possible to increase the expenditure, and I must say it sounds like a lot, but it's a slight increase, and within the typical Danish very harsh fiscal or budgetary rules. So that's important, and maybe just a quick follow-up on what Carl Johan said. The labor market is indeed something that I think we all should investigate even further. It might even be something that the Nordic Council of Ministers could look further into in future reports, because some of what we've experienced within the labor force, I remember your projections only a few years ago where we were seeing something that could be quite substantial with quite a significant decrease in the number of employed people in Denmark. That did not happen. On the other hand, we were afraid that we would actually be in a lack of hands, but it has sorted out quite well. One of the reasons might be that the way we handled Corona, the way we handled COVID-19, actually gave an example to the rest of the EU, to the rest of the EU population, that Denmark is, we are a rule-based society, but we handle things in a bit more laid-back way that you would see, for instance, in Germany. So what we are seeing is quite a substantial number of, for instance, Germans moving to Denmark because they prefer the Danish way of living, the Danish society. We might have an advantage here as Danes compared to, say, Norway or Sweden or Finland, but we might actually be on the same level. And this is something, if the Nordic societies, in the way we constructed our societies, is actually something that the rest of Europe is longing for, we might have something where we have common ground, where we could actually do even more to attract, especially the highly educated labor force that we definitely are in need of in the future years, regardless which of our four countries we're looking into. So this is something I think would benefit for further investigations. And then, of course, it's a good thing to have either as Denmark or Sweden some very harsh budgetary rules, or as Norway a very large oil fund, and then you can have all sorts of rules and measures and stuff in place. But if you have a really good credit rating, you can sort out the problems the humps that come along the way. I mean, we did handle COVID-19 that way, and the tremendous increase of our military spending has also been handled in such a way. So, I mean, we do have a very stable economy, and that's probably the most important thing to have in a crisis.
Lene, as a conservative, in good times, do you think it's time to prioritize lower taxes and more focus on the supply side, or do you think prioritizing automatic stabilizers to prepare for even larger shocks in the future, maybe to the economy, is the right way to go?
I think we somehow can actually combine both. As a conservative, you're also very into a stable economic system and predictable fiscal policies, because that's what makes us kind of adamant to be able to tackle everything that comes in the future. And we know that we're in the middle of a climate crisis, and we know that this already today affects us heavily when it comes to how much money we have to pay for things. Like up in Norway, we have mountains. When it rains, it pours, and we get floods, and we've had droughts. So this is becoming expensive. At the same time, we have, it's the same in the Nordic countries, we have an aging population, and that's going to cost us a lot of money. So to be able to kind of prepare for the future, I think it's really important to have a strong fiscal policy and make it really predictable. And of course it helps with having a national sovereign wealth fund, but we are also very strict when it comes to spending that money. So we have our own fiscal rule or a spending rule, so we don't use more than 3% of the fund's value every year. So that's really strong, and really, we don't really, oh, there's one party that keeps challenging it, but it's not going to happen. So that's safe, it's predictable. So I think we pretty much agree on like the rough outline when it comes to everything in the fiscal policies and keeping it stable. Yeah.
If there is any question from the audience, please feel free to raise a hand and I'll join you in the conversation. Okay? Yes. Karl-Johan, do you think it's time to reduce public expenditure so as not to overheat the economy at this point?
Well, and based on our latest projection, our recommendation was in fact tight fiscal policy in the year to come, and that was based on, I guess, two main arguments. One has to do with the outlooks that I just mentioned, that are very positive and suggests tight labor markets when you look forward in time. But the other aspect to it, which has to do with the intersection between fiscal and monetary policy. And I think it's fair to say that the Danish position in the business cycle is not perfectly realigned or aligned with some of our neighboring countries. So if you look at Germany, for instance, it's a different place. And as a consequence, if you look at the Eurozone in general, there is a reasonably high chance that the sort of monetary policy that ECB is pursuing currently is not necessarily altogether perfectly aligned with what is needed in Denmark. And as a consequence, fiscal policy can sensibly step in and sort of compensate. So for those reasons, that's our short-run recommendations, so to speak.
And as an economist, is there any where in government or in government spending in particular that would make sense to tighten fiscal policy?
Well, I'm happy to report that it seems that the government already has tightened compared to what we at least assumed was the case when we did our projections. And it has to do with the phasing in, for instance, of defense spending and so forth, which suggests that the demand induced by government consumption is less intense than what we assumed was the case. And that's even true if you factor in the 4 billion Danish kroners that is now in discussion. I think you still have less strong demand induced by public spending. Now, beyond that, I mean, certainly currently one of the areas where a lot of funds are going has to do with defense. And, of course, what is exactly the impact of defense spending on domestic demand? Well, some of it may be very tiny because you're buying the guns abroad and so forth.
In Norway, for instance.
But of course, at least in EU legislation, there is this option that you can require the suppliers of military guns and so forth to make purchases in Danish firms. And of course, you could say, as an economist, maybe your gut feeling would be that that may not be ideal, because at the end of the day, you run the risk of the military supplies being more expensive than they need to be to begin with. But in addition, they stimulate demand, of course. So maybe there is a business cycle reason not to do that as well. So that could be another area where you could potentially lower demand a bit.
Benny, we've heard that the fiscal stabilizers in Denmark have been very successful in tackling the recent crisis. You also mentioned it yourself. And it sounds like you believe that that will continue. So is the Danish economy a black swan in fiscal policy, or is there a secret we need to share, do you think?
The black swan
you don't want
phrase
to use
is something that we handle with care because of a program running on Danish TV2 at the moment. Definitely the advantage of having a very tight budget policy, as we do have, gives us a lot of advantages. I mean, you do have examples of countries where you can do some of the same things in a crisis situations that we did in Denmark, for instance, with the COVID-19. I mean, the US could handle it quite well. They have the advantage that their native currency is the US dollar. We don't have that advantage. So we need to have a very strict budgetary discipline in Denmark. They do not have discipline when it comes to expenditure in the US. That might end up as a problem. That might be one of the things that sometime in the future could actually implement a large crisis, but let's not see that problem before it actually occurs. Well, I think there's a lot of good things to say about our automatic regulators, but I think Torben Andersen said it quite well, that you also have the option of, in a crisis, actually to handle a situation as long as you do it in the right way. And in that perspective, I think it's very important that the current government actually has a passage in our political agreement on the government. It's passage 2.1 that actually addresses what are we to do in a situation where a crisis like the COVID-19 crisis would occur. And that is not to reenact what we did after the financial crisis in 2008, which hit us harder and for a longer time that it had to, based on the investigations done by independent researchers. So we don't want that to reoccur, basically. And as long as we have a tight budgetary discipline, I think we're on quite safe ground. And of course, listen to what Carl Johan said and others. I think it's a good thing that we have independent overview, that we have also think tanks that on a continuous basis addresses fiscal policies, economic politics. So we are always under heavy scrutiny. I think it's a good thing that it's like that, because otherwise there will always be a demand for increased in budgetary spending everywhere in a society like Denmark.
Always.
Always.
There's a question down here. We have a microphone. Yes?
This, I guess, is more a question to the Danish members of the panel, given that we have on Sunday we have elections that is not so much about Norway, but about fiscal policy. So, what do people think here? Should there be more coordination at the European level of the fiscal policy in different EU countries, or is that something that is done sufficiently with the EU level fiscal rules in the current form, or well, there was some coordinated efforts during COVID, but not really so rules-based. Should we do more in that?
Purely economic answer is that coordination is an excellent idea. And in principle, if you have monetary union, you should also have a fiscal union. The reality is that this is a political discussion more than a purely economic one. And that's why, you know, I'm going to hand it off to
Thank you very much.
The politician now.
Well, if I should just follow up on that, then of course, Denmark has this very special situation that we are, of course, a part of EU, but we are not a part of the monetary union. However, the position we're in, as mentioned earlier today, is of course that we follow all major decisions from the ECB. We mirror them basically. So in that perspective, well, the more budgetary discipline you see in the European Union, the better. However, what we just seen in the last changes is actually going the opposite direction. Now, for obvious reasons, especially the Ukrainian crisis is something that calls for heavy increase in expenditure for all European countries. And I think it's fair to say that the Nordic countries, the Baltic countries are doing extremely well when we compare GDP to what we actually spend for Ukraine. But there are also countries that are really lacking behind, that do have the financial muscles to weigh in. France, for instance, they've just announced that they are going to send fighter jets to Ukraine. But I think it would be fair to say that it would be a very clever decision to make sure that you could spend more on Ukraine. And if that would require some sort of EU coordination, I'm happy to do that, even though that goes in the opposite direction of what Denmark is really interested in. So I think the Prime Minister of Denmark has said something similar to that, maybe in a few lines that I'm doing. I think she said that we are ready to face an increase of common debt in the EU to solve those problems.
Lene, you have a comment?
Yeah, just to comment to that. Unfortunately, Norway is not a part of the EU.
But you are spending a lot on Ukraine.
We are spending a lot of money on it. Yeah, I would very much like us to join, but I think the question is also something that we actually discuss in Norway, and I guess it depends on where you stand or where your country stands when it comes to what type of economy you have, because in Norway, we're not very service-based as an economy, it's very oil-based, which means that we tend to be a bit more skeptical to coordination because it kind of hits our economy differently when you coordinate. And I think actually that question is really good because that's one of the biggest challenges in Norway when it comes to the EU debate. And one of the biggest reasons for us not joining, because they kind of feel that they don't want that economy and the kind of controlling of the economy, and that we want to be autonomous when it comes to exactly that. So that's a really interesting question. And at the moment, I would love for us to be a part of the EU and especially the monetary union, because our currency is not impressive at the moment.
Just one more question for you, Lene, and then Jesper has a question over here afterwards. So Line, how do you prepare, or how do you think Norway should prepare for future shocks to the economy? Will you make different policies, or would you just change the 3% rule for the sovereign wealth fund and spend more money if needed? Or do you actually do other stuff in order to be prepared?
Yeah, no, we just relax and just kind of no, yes, we do prepare. We have done for quite some time slow reforms in order to kind of especially prepare not just the economy but the people of Norway for the changes that we need to kind of face. Basically, I think the biggest reasons for that is we have the oil fund, and everyone's just kind of saying that, no, we don't need to do anything. We can pay low taxes, and we can have high benefits, and it shouldn't be a problem because we have the oil fund. And that's been kind of the saying in Norway. So it makes it hard for us as politicians to change the fiscal policy and to do reforms that kind of hurt a little bit, especially when it comes to the workforce, because we know it's the same thing all over the Nordic countries. There's not going to be enough young people, there's going to be a lot of old people, and we need to keep it sustainable somehow. I think for us, ironically, that's harder because it's not very accepted amongst the voters to change those things, because they kind of expect the politicians to just fix it, and it's hard for us to kind of convey the severity of the situation, I think. So yeah, it's going to be challenging. We're doing reforms. We've done some for the last, I think, about 10 years that are pretty strong when it comes to the economy, and we're going to keep doing them.
So you're doing it slow as for no one to notice?
Well, they noticed, unfortunately. We lost the election, so they noticed.
A short comment for you, Ben. I have a question over here.
Just to add to that, I'm really glad that I'm not in the Norwegian political pair of shoes, because even though you have a substantial fund and all of that, the problems that you have to solve are so far into the future that it's really difficult for, I think, your population to relate to that. I mean, you have to take into concern that eventually there will be no more fossil fuels being used. And at that point, income will decrease, obviously. So you have to prepare your society for that and find out, as you say, well, what are we going to do? Yeah. What type of jobs do we need to have? And that's a really difficult discussion to take, because this is something that might not just happen within the next decade, but within the next 1 or 2 generations. So it's really difficult, and I don't envy you at all. I mean,
don't have
at least
the hands.
our problems,
Yeah.
at least our problems are something that we face within a 10-year plan.
Yeah, and we don't have enough people either. It's quite interesting that you say that you've gotten your hands that you needed, because we don't in Norway, because we had a lot of Swedes and then they went home, which is unfortunate because they did all the jobs that we didn't want to do.
Danes, actually.
It's not, but the currency is a bit challenging when it comes to that, because it's hard to get people moving to Norway because the economy is not so great, and the payroll is not so great either. So people are not really coming to Norway to work anymore. So one of my big challenges is actually getting enough people for all the jobs. So.
Yeah, on top of
that. Denmark's more expensive now. I know, because I have a house here. It's more expensive.
Yes, I have a question.
Which is why Danish nurses are going to Norway.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is about fiscal policy during uncertain times. And I'm wondering how to be prepared for the next crisis. As Carl Johan already said, the next crisis will come. The only uncertain thing is when and how. And therefore, I think responsible budget policy and responsible fiscal policy should be related to what to do in uncertain times. When the sea is calm, well, it's not that difficult just to follow specific rules. And fortunately, in period, seas are calm, but as I said, it will not prolong. So isn't this really, or should this be a matter of and reflection on what to do to be prepared when something uncertain comes along? And of course, I'm referring back to Maynard Keynes, the British economist. the only certain thing about the future, as you know, is that it is uncertain. And one could, if I may prolong for a little, look back at how the previous crises were handled, and especially the crisis from 2008, 2018, where really one of the ruling principles was this structural budget balance. And we could see that the Danish economy really did underperform. And it was partly saved by the European Central Bank, but that's another story. And then, I nearly said fortunately, when, not fortunately that the COVID-19 crisis hit, but that this principle of budget balance was immediately suspended all over Europe. And well, I think most of us, at least I am, surprised how well the Danish economy went through this, when really there was a turnaround, when this was understood in 2020, and the policy really, and even more surprisingly, there was a surplus on the budget. Here's something really to reflect upon on fiscal policy in the future, and maybe put a question mark to this rigid budget rule of a balanced budget. Yeah, in calm period, okay, and so on. Thank you.
Who wants to start?
Should I go? Yeah, I'll have a go at that. Well, first of all, I agree that in calm times, it's a good thing to have budgetary rules that are quite disciplined in order to have the necessary room for addressing severe crisis. I think it's fair to say that the experiences of the COVID-19 crisis and the way we handle that are significantly better in Denmark than in other places in the Eurozone. In that perspective, our economy looks more like the American economy, which is also doing quite. I mean, they don't have any budgetary discipline whatsoever, but they have increased expenditure quite significantly, and that has had a very high impact. Just the numbers coming out today on new jobs created in the US are quite surprisingly, and in that perspective, there are actually, well, you've been quite surprised by the number of new jobs being created in Denmark. So in that perspective, there are things that we should learn. But definitely, should a new crisis occur, well, we should be ready to act accordingly. And I think that's one of the really strong points about the political agreement that the current government is based on, that if such a crisis should occur, well, that's the way to approach it. Of course, we don't know if another government should come in place, if they should have a similar good approach to economy. I mean, if we would see other parties in government, they might have austerity policies in place instead, and that would not be a wise way to address any crisis. I think that's fair to say after the financial crisis.
Lena, also, sorry.
Yeah.
Dana, you want to start?
Yeah. I think it's really important to learn from previous crises. As politicians, we tend to think in 4-year cycles, and so we forget easily, even if we're young. And I think it's difficult for us to judge the business cycle in real time. And as politicians, we tend to do that a little bit. So the automatic stabilizers, they are obviously a better tool than discretionary spending during economic downturns. So I think that's really important. I also think that to sustain, and we've talked about it already, to sustain the economy in the long run, we need structural reforms of our economies, and we need to be brave enough to do that, because as a politician, it's rough when you do that. You always get a pushback, and it doesn't win you elections. You don't go, you're not going to find today out here anyone saying, yes, economic, sustainable, structural reforms. So people are not going to vote for you. So it's hard to do that. But I think a well-planned stabilization, it's going to help us get out of those slumps more quickly if we're prepared in a good way. And I think we also need to, especially after COVID, we need to let the businesses know that they maybe got a little bit spoiled during COVID, and we can't do that. We can't keep doing it that way, because we see, at least in Norway, that the businesses a little bit more tend to kind of call for the government to step in. And I'm a little bit worried that that kind of sticks with us for a little bit. It's going to be a little challenging in the future, so we kind of need to be able to convey the severity of the situation and the need for that stability.
There's a question down here. Annika, yes? Do you just have a microphone? Yes, thank you.
Hi, I'm Christina. I'm a journalist. I would like to know about the COVID, because there's different countries here. So Norway and Finland almost roughly did some of the same policy, and then you had Sweden that did the whole thing different way, and then Denmark kind of in between. But all the countries in an economic way went out fine. They were quite good. But is there something we can learn from these different policies that were good for the economy, and also maybe for each country some policies that turned out was that now we know more that we shouldn't have done in the different countries, because that turned out not to be so good for the economy? That's the question.
Thank you. Who wants to start?
No, I think that's an excellent question, and it's I think an excellent topic for a future issue of this journal, to compare notes and see what worked and what didn't work. I mean, from the point of view of the Danish experience, I think the perception is that the initiatives taken, certainly during lockdown, that is, I'm leaving aside whether lockdown was a good idea, which in itself is something that's up for evaluation, I suppose, with hindsight. But the initiatives taken during lockdown enabled a swift return to business as usual in terms of the economy. And I think what Jesper was alluding to, that there is a clear differential fiscal policy reaction during COVID-19 compared to the financial crisis, that are worth taking into account. I think then, having said that, we should also admit to one another that there are also certain, shall we say, political economy dimensions to what is feasible in different sorts of crises. So I think a crisis such as COVID-19, where it's an external force, in this case, a disease that hits the economy and maybe hits certain countries harder than others, it's a bit easier to form a consensus that we're all going to chip in and support even, let's say, other countries' economies, because clearly it's not anybody's fault. Whereas if we move back in time and think about the circumstances, and if not the financial crisis, then the ensuing debt crisis in Europe, I think the political economy was more difficult in regards to forming shall we say, a consensus that fiscal relief should be offered to at least some of the countries that suffers the worst. And I think that's just kind of a fact of reality. It has less to do with, shall we say, economic ideology or state of affairs, or shall we say, frontier knowledge in this area. I think it had more to do with these political economy dimensions. That's my sense.
Thank you. Lena has a comment, then Benny, and then we have a question over here.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting and really good question, and it's also very difficult because it's a little bit of a touchy subject, because it touches onto not only economy but the choices that we made during COVID. And the Nordic region, we've always been not always very friendly, but for a long time we've been very friendly. And now we're even in the same alliance, which is really good. But the closing of the borders and the decisions that the different countries made kind of didn't tear us apart, but we had like a little period there that was a little bit challenging, and we didn't cooperate in the way that we normally do, and we didn't kind of communicate in the way we normally do. In Norway, we chose to be very generous with the handouts, very, very generous. And I think it was easier for us because we had a really strict lockdown from early on, and the people accepted it because the businesses that were hit the hardest, the restaurants and clubs and everything, they got so much money that less companies went bankrupt during COVID than before and after, which is interesting. And I think that we haven't really had time to learn everything yet, especially compare notes with the other Nordic countries. And I think in Norway there's a really strong feeling that what we did was right. But I think we're going to see some scrutiny, and when we look back on it, see that, okay, we could have done this differently. When it comes to the relationship between Norway and Sweden during COVID, that's still a little bit hard because we closed the border like smack down. We didn't want any Swedes into Norway because Corona was roaming free in Sweden, and we had a very different approach, both when it came to the economy and the health part of it, because in Norway, the whole COVID situation was run by politicians. In Sweden, it was the bureaucrats. So that was a very strong cultural difference that you have between Norway and Sweden, and also Denmark. I think that politicians are more like on hands. So it was quite challenging to have that kind of dialogue with the Swedes during that time also, because we had a very different way of doing it. So I think that we're going to see, like in hindsight, it's going to be very, very, very interesting to conclude, both when it comes to the health part of it and when it comes to the economy and the results.
Just a short comment from Benny, then we have time for one last question. And yes, thank you.
During the COVID-19 crisis, I had the pleasure of being responsible for transport, the Minister's transport. And that's actually one of the places where we had an extreme, we are in the framework of Nordic Council of Ministers, so I can fairly say that we've never seen a collaboration between ministers of transport to that degree ever in all of the time, in the 500 years we've known each other, or thousands of years. But anyway, the whole point being that this is one of the things where we said initially, it was actually Finland that says, well, we are so dependent on this freight route going through Denmark up through the rest of the Nordic countries, because our alternative freight route is going via the Baltic countries and thereby over the German-Polish border. And as you might remember, that was totally closed. Basically, it took days to get across. So we were so codependent. So we literally talked every 3-4 weeks, and it was actually without any civil servants. It was just the ministers talking with each other, exchanging ideas, and exchanging experiences on what is working, what doesn't work. And that was really, I think, the ideal situation. I know, yes, as you mentioned, Sweden was not that fast in making political decisions, but the rest of us were really, we were on high speed, high alert, and we had a political agreement that regardless of political fractions and so on and so forth, everyone was ready to move, even with speedy lawmaking or whatever was needed. And I think that is one of the primary reasons we got so well through Corona. And actually, I think the most important thing is not so much how we reacted initially, but that we reopened as soon as possible. And that is really maybe the most important lesson. So I think a report is needed, but I think we should also look into the other parts of what went well than just economy, because there were so many success stories actually.
Okay, I think that concludes the session today. We have no more time for questions, I'm afraid, because time's up. So I just want to say thank you all for coming today. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to everyone here. Thank you to everyone online for joining. I can say that further than the topics of today, the report Economic Policy Beyond the Pandemic in the Nordic Countries came out in April, as for you who asked about it, and I highly recommend you all to read it. And after reading it, you can start looking forward to the next report with the surprising name, Nordic Economic Policy Review 2025. This time on wage formation in the Nordics. I hope to see you all here next year, or in Helsinki next year. And thank you all for coming, and have a nice weekend. Thank you.